No one
did
did.
anybody. Yeah, no one did.
That one misses low for ball one.
Hey, as a ball player, it's what get up, get ready, get going. Can't
That's
stop.
all you can do.
It's like that Red Hot Chili Pepper song. Can't stop.
Addicted to the shindig. So that one misses inside at about shin height. 2-0.
Excellent.
Desan Lee playing first base today takes a moment. Looks like there's a meeting out on the mound.
Maybe a scraper for the cleats.
Yeah, that's going to be an essential. They did a good job of covering it up beforehand, but we've had intermittent rain. Looks like we are in a pattern of some drizzle right now. We'll ignore some possible lightning.
That's what I say too. The word lightning.
Maybe someone took something with the flash photography. Couldn't tell.
Yeah, there you go.
2-0 delivery fouled off.
Maybe there's an airplane just flying really low. That's the wing. That's the lights on the side of the plane.
Close enough to the South Bend Airport.
Close enough.
And that rain does pick up now. It's a 2-1 count for Desan Lee, sporting the number 38 in his Oilmen debut with the bases loaded. Hard put ball out past second base, and that's going to score one. Sending in two. They're thinking it's going to be a 2-run single out into right field. Excellent job to get it done.
Well, Desan, thank you very much for that early lead and introduction to the team here, and the players are going to walk off the field. So we will now discover if this is a delay of game or a complete cancellation.
So with that, we will step away for a moment as we will keep our ears to the scanner, let you know what we are hearing. Here from the Elkhart Athletic Complex, you are listening to the Oilmen Sports Network.
Now, we are urging folks to stay calm. There's no evidence that this...
Richard, we're live.
When the crave calls,
Richard, we're live.
Go to White Castle for the $5 bacon bundle with 2 bacon sliders and a small fry. White Castle. Follow your crave.
I love this team. Let's go. He's ready in third. Oh, Mike.
We don't go to the office, we build it. This is a truism with Ironworkers Local 395 and the Northwest Indiana Contractors Association. Our goal is to exceed our customers' expectations. We provide a skilled, OSHA-trained, drug-free workforce, as well as many other certifications from our 4-year training program. Every time you hire an ironworker from Local 395, you should feel confident that you are receiving highly trained, highly skilled, and drug-free journeymen and apprentices who take their job and your project seriously. For more information, contact us at 219-763-7900 or ironworkers395.com.
BP's natural gas teams use Smart App technology to share data from any well instantly, so they can analyze trends and stop potential problems in their tracks, because safety is never being satisfied and always working to be better.
Do you like to work with your hands, creating something from nothing? Then think about Laborers Local 41. You'll get 432 hours of apprenticeship training, all while earning a wage with benefits and incurring no student debt. You'll travel to different job sites, learn tons of skills, and in a lot of cases, be the first one on and the last one off a job site. It all starts at laborers41.com.
Don't let pain knock you out of the ring. Our hand, wrist, and elbow experts are pioneers worldwide. You need us in your corner. Midwest Orthopedics at Rush. Make an appointment today.
Rain, go away, as it has cleared up enough that the teams have come out of the dugouts, and we're going to try to play a little bit more baseball here. For those of you that have just joined us, it's a 2-0 ball game. Runners are on the corners with 1 down.
And the new guy, Desan Lee, poking one through the infield to get us a quick 2 runs. His introduction to the Oilmen.
It was a really hard hit ball. Salazar at second had no chance at it.
Yeah, especially with the rain and the grass being wet and the dirt being wet, the ball just moves so much quicker. There's really no stopping that baseball.
And if you were wondering which one's Desan Lee, he would be the one running in slow motion across the infield there. Giving the thumbs up.
Chariots of Fire.
He was more of an he had the ice skating motion there.
I think I'm going to talk to our bosses, Charlie, and I think I'm just going to retire from. Thank you to Miss Erin Cannon Schmidgall for telling us there's a rain delay. Appreciate that.
Mom, it's done now. There you go.
Mom, we got it.
I had just texted her about it, so appreciate you throwing that in the chat. Yep, this is it's been a really rainy day. The whole drive over here.
It wasn't fun.
Torrential downpour, 10 under the speed limit at minimum.
Visibility wasn't good.
I could hardly see. My hazards were on basically the entire drive.
Smart. They've been putting
their hand sprinkled,
lightly seasoned home plate.
It's like making a powdered donut down there.
More like an elephant ear almost.
Yeah,
you're an elephant ear guy or a funnel cake guy?
Funnel cake guy. I know.
As we resume the action, batting for the Oilmen.
Break my heart, Charlie. Break my heart. I will say the best thing about an elephant ear is that when it comes off on that paper plate and towel, it's 1,000,000,000 degrees.
Oh, it is incredibly hot.
And it's already like 90 degrees out come elephant ear season, and it's a game of, do I really need this? And let me tell you something, you do. You do.
Your dietitian may disagree, but they are wrong. As Lopez returns to the mound, it's Jake Pauley stepping in, the 6th hitter in the Oilman lineup, takes a hack at that one and comes up empty. So that was a pretty short rain delay, all things considered, probably about 10 minutes.
Just around.
Pitch in, misses outside to Pauly. It'll be a 1-1 count. Jake Pauly, a chaparral from the College of DuPage. Another one misses outside. Lopez is bringing the heat on the bump. Just having a little trouble locating it in the early stages of this one. Runners on the corners, one down. Pitch able to clip the low outside corner. Tough location there. Pauly probably didn't want to take a pass at that one anyway. He's pretty content to take. It's 2-2. Right-hander Lopez comes set, kicks and fires. That one floated into foul ground. Foul ball for Pauly. Oilmen in the black uniforms, yellow numbers with white accents. Miracle in white uniforms with red pinstripes, red hats, and matching socks.
We're so close to finally seeing all the jerseys across the Northern League. We're so close.
We're almost there.
Living on a prayer.
2-2 takes a cut and misses. That'll be the first strikeout of the game for Lopez. And that'll bring up Aiden Thaxton.
Big cut there, but a great job to work the way back into the count. Fortunately, didn't go his way. Defense shifts towards second.
Aiden Thaxton, the right-hander, takes ball one.
Thaxton, the next batter, the shortstop for the Oilmen.
Aiden Thaxton plays at Division I Valparaiso University. Big Rockies fan.
Beacons.
Takes a strike there. Count now 1-2. Lopez takes a look at first, comes set. 1-2 delivery, runner in motion to second, throw down.
Throw.
And the throw is in time. So excellent ability to throw out the runner, and that will result in the third out of the inning. So when we return, Oilmen pitching when we come back on the Oilmen Sports Network.
Safety isn't a list of boxes to check. It's taking the best technologies out there and adapting them to work for you. The ultrasound that can see inside patients can also detect early signs of corrosion at our refineries. High-tech military cameras that see through walls can inspect our pipelines to prevent leaks. Remote-controlled aircraft can help us identify potential problems and stop them in their tracks. At BP, safety is never being satisfied and always working to be better.
Who is the IBEW? We're the people who bring the power to your home, the ones who make sure your phone calls and internet keep speeding along. We build things like schools and hospitals. We bring the biggest shows and sporting events to the world, keep America's railroads on the right track, help cities, states, and the federal government work for you. And we proudly build products made in the USA. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the IBEW.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Tommy Haggerty taking the bump for the Oilmen. So as they set up, I will walk us through the defensive lineup for the Whiting Oilmen. A.J. Taylor out in left, Jalen House in center, Jake Pauly in right field, Johnny Wendling manning the hot corner with Aiden Thaxton and Quinn Flanagan making up the middle. Desan Lee, over at first base with Noah Caceres serving as today's backstop for starting pitcher Tommy Haggerty.
And we were talking to Haggerty's dad just a little bit before the game. We were really talking about this mound here in Elkhart. It's not a traditional mound that you would see on a baseball field. A little bit flatter than most. Not a huge mound. I don't mean mound as in location. I mean a quite literal mound of dirt. So some pitchers are going to have to make some adjustments today.
Yeah, they said it's the bare minimum of 10 inches of elevation that are going to be on there. We've seen some excellence from Haggerty a very highly rated recruit out of Homewood Flossmoor. Had a very solid first season at Triton College. And he's going to come at you with an exceptional slider, good fastball. It'll hang around the low 90s. And his off-speed stuff, it's pretty darn good. It's going to be his calling card through today.
We've only seen 2 outings from Haggerty so far this season. The first one, sensational. The second one, lackluster is the term I guess you can use. So he's really looking to round out his averages here towards the first game.
So as Perez steps in and takes a called strike on the outside corner.
And lackluster by no means is a bad term. He definitely got the job done, just it wasn't to the level of his first game. The bar that he set for himself so high already.
Pitch misses outside from Tommy Haggerty, 1-1. Big leg kick, fire home, and it's a hair low. Ball 2. And we've seen Haggerty is so much more successful when he's able to get ahead in the count early. Something he's going to want to try to do, set the tone early in the at-bat as he gets a swing and a miss there for strike 2.
Another thing we've seen is just the arsenal of pitches that he has in his back pocket. The off-speed, the pitches that move, the pitches that don't move. The pitches that don't look like they're moving, but they're moving. Such a well-rounded equipment set from Haggerty.
Full count, payoff pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. So Haggerty picks up his first punch out of the day, and it'll be Salazar next to bat for the Miracle.
That's something the Miracle are going to have to get used to. If this kid gets hot, it's not going to be easy for the Miracle to get going.
The next batter, Salazar.
First pitch, a breaking ball in for a called strike 1 from Tommy Haggerty. Another slider misses the mark there, 1-1. Doing a really nice job of mixing in those off-speed pitches, trying to respect Salazar. Hasn't given him a fastball to this point. And he takes a pass at that fastball, swing and a miss, strike 2. Now this is where Haggerty wants to be. 1-2 count with the advantage. Fastball misses the outside edge. Breaking ball, swing and a miss, strike 3. Back-to-back punch-outs for Tommy Haggerty. With 2 down, that'll bring up Lesher.
I said it once already. I'll say it again. You don't want to let this guy heat up. 2 strikeouts is back-to-back is something you can recover from if you're the Miracle, but you can't go down by 3 because that's a massive shot to the ego.
Bryce Lesher.
Haggerty misses high there. Bryce Lesher stands in. Big, strong hitter takes ball 2. Next pitch clips the zone for a 2-1 count. Able to draw another called strike there. It is a 2-2 count with 2 down. Haggerty quick through the motion delivery home, misses the hair low, and the count is full.
Charlie, compared to what we had last night, I much prefer this umpire's delivery of judgment.
Much quicker to it.
Much and louder as well.
Missed to the outside, ball 4. And with a 2-out walk for Bryce Lesher, he stands aboard first base.
We've seen the Oilmen have a problem with this last couple games where they get 2 outs very easily, and then they kind of put some runners on base and they kind of allow their opponents to get into this game. Make it a little bit more competitive than it should be rather than just going down 1-2-3. So we'll see if that pattern continues here today for the Oilmen.
Pitch misses low. So the count at 1-1. Close, but no cigar there.
Do you know what the phrase "close but no cigar"? You know where that originates from?
What is it?
Carnival games.
Really?
Like back in the day, like boardwalk era level carnival games. If you won a game, your prize would be a cigar. So if you missed the thing, it would be close but no cigar because you didn't win the prize.
I learn something new with you every day.
I learn something new with you every day. I feel like it's a very good relationship.
It's a nice back and forth of sharing knowledge.
It is.
Haggerty breaking ball in there for strike 3, swing and a miss, and just like that, 3 strikeouts in the bottom of the first frame, top of the second when we return here to the Oilman Sports Network.
Wait! Let me help! Land of Frost! Premium meat! Delicious! And no byproducts!
Toss it in.
Et moi?
Okay.
Whee!
Make the smart choice. Land of Frost Premium Meat.
We don't go to the office, we build it. This is a truism with Ironworkers Local 395 and the Northwest Indiana Contractors Association. Our goal is to exceed our customers' expectations. We provide a skilled, OSHA-trained, drug-free workforce, as well as many other certifications from our 4-year training program. Every time you hire an ironworker from Local 395, you should feel confident that you are receiving highly trained, highly skilled, and drug-free journeymen and apprentices who take their job and your project seriously. For more information, contact us at 219-763-7900 or ironworkers395.com.
To be your best, see the best. Elite and everyday performers from around the world trust our physicians to help make them a better and fast recovery. We're here to help you rediscover the best version of yourself. Call Midwest Orthopedics today.
Welcome back here. Second inning of action. Set to go underway. It's Aiden Thaxton. Aiden Thaxton started his at-bat last inning. He'll get a fresh count, though, after a caught stealing by Lee ended the last inning. Evan Lopez still out on the mound.
Charlie, is your mom's Facebook icon a picture of you and your sister from your graduation?
Yes.
It's the most motherly thing of all time. I love it. I love it.
My sister also just graduated from high school.
Congratulations to her.
Yep, and I graduated from college. Just wanted to make the
I'm
move
not
at the
saying
same time.
congratulations to you.
Yeah, no need to.
Yeah.
So that one is in there for a called first strike.
Griffin's mom, when the Vikings are on our broadcast, Griffin's mom regularly types with us. Your mom now types with us. My goal is to have just a Northern League commentators' mothers group chat.
Oh, no.
And they all just discuss things.
No, I don't want them to talk about how bad we are. My mom will be the first to tell you. Just kidding. Just kidding, Mom. So we've got an 0-2 count now on Aiden Thaxton. Takes a cut at that one and comes up empty. Strike 3. Thaxton goes down swinging, and it'll bring up Isaiah White for the Oilmen.
With the exemption of how this game actually started at the top of the first inning that was eventually cut short, we're looking to have a pitcher's duel on our hands here.
Number 8 batter in the batting order, Isaiah White, DH.
So as Isaiah White steps in, the right-handed hitter, using the light tan-colored bat today, takes that one for a called ball. Again, we do apologize for our little bit of a delay in starting today and not having our usual camera set up out here on the road. That's ball 2. We had the weather was really not on our side today.
No, not by any means. This is the nicest it's been for probably the last 6 hours for us.
That it is. So that one clips the outside corner for strike 1.
Also does not help that it is currently construction season across Indiana and Illinois as well. Illinois only has 2 seasons, winter and construction season.
True, that is. That one hit hard out into the opposite field, and it'll drop down for a hit. Trouble playing the ball out and right. And that's going to be a hard hit single for Isaiah White. And that'll now bring up Quinn Flanagan, rounding out the batting order for the Whiting Oilmen.
Isaiah White has been so good for us this season, and he's definitely one of the most valuable guys we have on our team.
Check back at first. White back in plenty of time. Evan Lopez delivery home off the mark for ball 1. So Isaiah White showed some nice opposite field power. Usually when you see that kind of power, it's going to the pull side, but showing his chops off there, check back, and no such luck. Lopez, the right-hander, gets that one in on a swing and miss from Quinn Flanagan.
Think you can appeal to the base umpire for that one?
I don't think so.
You could technically appeal, but...
You could, but...
It's not going to go up your way.
No. I could take my contacts out, and I'm still getting that one. So it misses low. 2-1 now the count. For Flanagan, another chaparral from the College of DuPage. Pitch misses low. That is a 3-1 count. Flanagan can be patient here. Being ahead, some would call this a hitter's count.
Some people would call it that.
So that one misses outside, ball 4. It's a free base for Flanagan. That'll slot White on to second. So it's runners on first and second as the lineup turns over to A.J. Taylor, the UIC Flames.
Taylor, the batter for the Oilmen.
It's always really interesting to see how schools come up with their mascots. Because some of them, it's like, it makes sense regionally, like goes along with the, this town or school name. And then other times it's like, we just put these 2 schools through a random text generator, and this is what we got.
Well, in Chicago, a unique one, getting the Flames in there, as that's in for ball 1, or strike 1 rather, called strike 1. They have theirs named after one of the greater tragedies in the city of Chicago, the Chicago Fire. And they have their professional soccer team after the same fire.
There's an article in the Chicago Times today that was it's pretty funny to read how reporter called it that the Bears have the best chance of winning a championship out of all Chicago's teams, and that was like all like the Red Stars and the Fire and like the 100%. Sky, like all of them. The problem with that statement though is that's just because every team in Chicago is bad right now. Hit by a pitch there.
So Taylor wears that one on the inside of the leg. And the bases are loaded with one down, a situation we actually saw last inning as well. As Jalen House, the 2-hitter, steps in 0 for 1 today. He was the one out in the last time this situation was set up. Jalen House.
Jalen House, the batter for the Oilmen.
Hoping to not repeat that. But yeah, Chicago sports not great right now. I think a lot of the article, I think, went too harshly on the Blackhawks.
So that one's floated out to left field, down the line, and foul.
Because at least the Blackhawks did the courtesy to admit that they were in a rebuild and it was going to be a tough season.
Not many of the other Chicago teams have the nerve to do it.
Not at all. Not at all.
Even the White Sox gave the false hope of, we'll be competitive in 2 years. 2 years.
The White Sox this year were like, we're going to go out and fight. Okay.
Some of the guys have.
They've been fighting the injured list.
Yeah. So that one misses outside. Got to say, though, guys like Paul DeYoung stepping up in a big way, 12 home runs for him already this season. Started to see Garrett Crochet come to his own. Jonathan Cannon pitched 7 innings of 1-run ball last night. I mean, granted, it wasn't enough. They still lost in extras, but starting to see some of those younger pieces contribute as that one's fouled off there.
We're just waiting for the inevitable hammer to drop that Luis Robert and Garrett Crochet aren't going to be on our team anymore.
I hope that doesn't happen.
I heard rumors today that Luis Robert's going to go to the Dodgers.
Oh, that would bum me out.
I'd cry.
1-2. That one ripped hard. An excellent job handling it at first. It's going to be a it's just a ground out that is going to result.
Still an RBI.
Right. Still the RBI.
And that brings up the guy you would like to have in this position with 2 outs, 2 on, no force out, and that's Johnny Wendling.
100%.
Johnny Wendling.
First pitch in there for a strike. Both pitchers got a really good control of the zone right now. I really admire what both these guys are doing on the mound.
Hard not to. That one nearly gets away. Nice work behind the plate by Pinellas. So count now even at 1-1. Lopez gets his sign, kicks and fires. Swing and a miss. Johnny Wendling back against the wall here in a 1-2. Bases loaded, 3-0 ball game. Lopez kicks, delivers, and called strike 3. Backwards K. And an excellent job pitching for Evan Lopez, as that'll send us into the bottom of the second inning when we return 3-0 score here on the Oilmen Sports Network.
Common for back patients to have a lot of questions, but at Midwest Orthopedic Specialty Hospital, we ask a lot of questions too. We want to know about their jobs, their hobbies, their lifestyle. Because spinal conditions are oftentimes complex and multifaceted, the best solutions take into account work and lifestyle. The spine is at the basis of everything that we do and who we are. For us, surgery is not the first priority. Finding the least invasive option to give you your life back is.
Who is the IBEW? We're the people who bring the power to your home, the ones who make sure your phone calls and internet keep speeding along. We build things like schools and hospitals. We bring the biggest shows and sporting events to the world, keep America's railroads on the right track, help cities, states, and the federal government work for you. And we proudly build products made in the USA. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the IBEW.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Bottom of the second inning. Coming at you as Tommy Haggerty prepares to face off against Mason Meyer.
Leading off for the Miracle, left fielder Mason Meyer.
Mason Meyer of the Miracle. That's 3 M's in a row.
What do you think his middle name is?
I hope it starts with an M. I'm loving the alliteration. He fouls off the first offering.
I guess you can, if you were a respectful person, you could call him Mr.
Mr. Mason Meyer of the Miracle. If only they were in Mishawaka instead of Elkhart.
Or just Michigan.
I see what you did there. 0-1 delivery misses low. We are in that Michiana region.
Drove past 4 wins on the way here. You ever been there?
I've been there many a time. Not a bad spot to be.
I've been there once, even though I morally detest gambling, but I went in there one time. Yeah, it's nice. It's definitely nice. I went in there about, I think it was like a week before March Madness began, so it was like all of the like conference championships. So I just sat in like the sports lounge and watched the Big Ten the entire time and had free coffee, and it was great. I was working semi-state for boys basketball at Michigan City, and so we have 2 games in the morning, a massive break, and then the 2 winners played at night. And so we just went to 4 Winds to eat at the buffet and just have a relaxing time.
It's a good buffet.
It was. I have a whole philosophy on what you got to do at a buffet.
You got a whole philosophy?
Yeah, an ideology, I guess, a manifesto, if you will.
What do you got?
I'm not delivering packages to people, but you got to start with, you got to go for the proteins, man. You got to go for the high dollar. You got to get your money's worth.
Pitch misses low, and that is a walk issued to Mason Meyer. And that'll now bring up Van Bogart of the Miracle, sporting number 15.
Van Bogart batting for the Miracles.
Runner stays over there at first.
Nothing but a quick check. So again, Meyer at first, no one down. So that one is in there for a called strike one. A lot of good use of that slider, especially against right-handed hitters early here from Haggerty.
Yeah, back on the mound here in the second. Be interesting to see how much of that first inning cadence he can carry on here.
And the thing that's good about a slider that's breaking away from the hitter is, they can think that they're spot on right, going to barrel it up, and they hit it right off the end of their bat and it goes nowhere. It's one of the most effective pitches that you can use, righty-righty, as that one's fouled off. Cutter's not a bad way to go either, moving in on the hands. But me personally, I think onto the end of the bat's a little bit better.
I like to. I prefer having guys being handcuffed.
Yeah.
And then give them an option to hit the ball. Anything from the middle to the outside part of the plate, that ball can get put in play wherever it's hit. Or I guess the odds are likely increased. So if you can throw something on the inside, unless the guy has your timing down, a little bit harder to hit.
That breaking ball not going to find it. Ooh, it was close.
I get the luxury of sitting directly behind home plate up here in the press box today. Let me tell you something. That ball almost touched left field and came back around. Nice curve on that.
Yeah. That one cracked high into the air. Moving out in center field is House, and he's underneath it.
And that's the pitch you were kind of just talking about there, Charlie, that, you can hit this ball as much as you want. It's not going very far.
That's why you go for that end of the bat contact, because they're less likely to hit it a long way.
There's also, you got to think about when to throw that pitch in the at-bat. You don't want to give him that pitch immediately.
Batting Gabriel Sherry Demos.
You don't want to throw that pitch early on in the at-bat because he can definitely get a better piece of it. But after you give him a couple of your junk pitches and maybe some fastballs, you really have to start getting him guessing. And so if he sees a pitch like that, he just thinks it's a fastball, and he tries to take it dead center, and he just doesn't.
He now prepares to take on Gabriel Chirinos. That back to Haggerty. Chance for a double play here. Thaxton throw across, and he got hit by the runner. Double play is turned. So just like that, Oilmen able to get out of the inning with the inning-ending double play. 3-0 the score when we return top of the third.
Do you like to work with your hands, creating something from nothing? Then think about Laborers Local 41. You'll get 432 hours of apprenticeship training, all while earning a wage with benefits and incurring no student debt. You'll travel to different job sites, learn tons of skills, and in a lot of cases, be the first one on and the last one off a job site. It all starts at laborers41.com.
You guys are crushing it. See how 8 grams of healthy protein in Land of Frost premium meat gives you energy and keeps you full. Let's get those buns toasted and bread. Cheese, 10 more. Go.
I'm getting shredded. Make the smart choice. Land of Frost premium meat.
It's the third inning brought to you by Ironworkers 395, which means it is time for the coveted third inning trivia. As always, for those of you joining us on the Northwest Indiana Oilmen Facebook page, please feel free to put your answer in the comment to be crowned the king or queen of the third inning. We have yet to crown a winner. We're still really hoping to. Maybe this is the one that does it today. Charlie, as always, you must play and must give an answer by yourself, though, unfortunately. You don't got Hayden or Hunter or any of our other guys from the Northern League to help you out, so you are one man alone, betrayed by the country he loves. Your third inning trivia question. In 1992, baseball was introduced to the Olympics. The Olympics in Barcelona. What country won gold the first time baseball was in the Olympics? That is your third inning trivia question. So wait through the top of the third. We'll go to break, and when we come back, we will have that answer for you.
Well, 1992, I know for the Olympics, they didn't allow any professionals to play. It was a key or any major league players, I guess, would be the distinction.
For baseball?
Yep.
Because they very much let pro players play in basketball because that was the coveted dream team year.
But the problem with it is, you're talking about it's in the middle of baseball season.
Yep.
So that's where the mix-up comes in, as that one's fouled off. There's a lot of countries that are really good at baseball. Really gotta think about that one as that one misses outside. I mean, popular countries for baseball are obviously anything in Latin America, as well as you could throw in Japan. It's got a big baseball culture there. That one is chopped to the right of first base, just barely foul. Yeah, I'm going to have to think about what direction I want to go with that one. I mean, when you think baseball countries, you think the Dominican Republic, you think Venezuela. Colombia's produced a fair amount of ball players. Cuba, I don't think would have been able to compete in the Olympics, though, I don't think. That one hit off the handle, and that's going to be a nice routine play from Salazar. So Salazar makes the play for the first out of the inning. That'll now bring up Desan Lee.
Batting for the Oilmen, Desan Lee, first baseman.
Delivery home, breaking ball back behind Lee. And you can see Lopez kind of laughing. Whoops. Desan Lee has a single in this game, scored 2 runs for the first baseman. So he takes a ball outside. So he's taking one way inside and one just a little outside. When do you want me to make my guess? Before we go into the break?
You always do it when we come back.
Yeah, I can do that. All right, that one's floated out to right, and an excellent play in right field. what an effort to haul in the line drive by Garcia in right. Hats off to him, dropping to a knee to bring it in, and that's the second out of the inning.
Absolutely great grab there. Right side of the field for the Oilmen's been a little bit tough today. Great job at first, great job in right field. Second base has been just as good.
Batting for the Oilmen.
If you don't think about that, Desan Lee shot through the middle.
And yeah, I mean, most of the Oilman hits have been in positions where, you know, a major league fielder's not really getting over there to it. So they've done a good job making the plays you're supposed to make, and even one out there in the outfield that you aren't supposed to make. The 0-1 delivery is ripped by Jake Pauling to left center field. On the move over is Meyer, who brings it in for the third out of the inning. So it's a fly out to left to end the inning. We'll look forward. If you want to repeat that question one more time?
Yeah, as always, your third inning trivia question before we go to break. Baseball was first introduced in the Olympics in 1992. What country won the first gold for Olympic baseball? Find out when we come back.
There's a shortage of roofers across the country. Here at Roofers Local 26, our signatory contractors are in need of a well-trained workforce, and it's our job to provide that workforce. We are looking for people that are self-motivated, people that are reliable, people that are willing to give a hard day's work. In return, they get a good paycheck with good benefits. This is not a job, this is a career. If you're willing to put the time and dedication in, we're willing to provide you the tools and training necessary for you to succeed in the roofing industry. We've been doing this for almost 100 years. We know how to get the job done.
One more time for the folks in the back here in the bottom of the third inning trivia. What country won the first ever gold medal for baseball in the Olympics in 1992? Charlie, as always, first person to give an answer live on air. Your final guess, sir.
Okay. I was thinking about it. I don't think it's the United States. I'm going to go with the Dominican Republic.
Okay. 1 second here.
Leading off for the Miracles at the bottom half of the third inning, Nathaniel Garcia.
Do you have a guess, sir?
I got to go with the Dominican.
Dominican? Okay. Unfortunately, both of you are incorrect. The winner of the gold medal in the 1992 Olympics for baseball was Cuba.
Oh, you had said it was Cuba, too. I said I didn't think they'd be able to compete.
By the way, means we officially have a winner of the third inning trivia. Anita Lee, you are the first ever Queen of the Third. You now hold that right until somebody else dethrones you.
No, I'm mad.
Yeah, because you had said the right answer.
Yeah, that was my
He does this. He does this every once in a while, where he. I say this all the time. I say this all the time. Charlie has a great way of thinking about information and deductive reasoning, and numerous times he says the right answer, but then he goes too far.
Yeah, I've really got a knack for that one. As that one is a strikeout for Haggerty. Nice job for him so far today. 55% of his pitches today have come in as strikes.
Next batter, Julio Garcia.
As Julio Garcia steps in now. I wonder if any of the guys on that Cuban team wound up being anybody in the MLB.
That's a good question.
So that one taking up the middle. Haggerty, with the flashing of the leather, gets the second out of the inning. A little comebacker.
I also did see someone respond with the Soviet Republic, and I'm like, that's a good answer for that time.
Yeah, for the 90s. Yeah. Baseball wasn't their primary thing over there, I don't think, though.
Yeah, it was just hockey and, like, torturing people, I think, really what they were good at.
Oh, geez. And the World Baseball Classic, different from the Olympics, but there's always a few teams in the World Baseball Classic that have better guys than you would think. The Netherlands have a number of islands. Didi Gregorius, a noted player on that team, as this is a fly out to left field. A.J. Taylor hauls it in for the third out of the inning. So A.J. Taylor gets that third out, and that'll be the end of the third inning. Fourth inning when we return here on the Oilmen Sports Network.
Safety doesn't come in a box. It's not a banner that goes on a wall. It's not something you do now and then, or when it's convenient. It's using state-of-the-art simulators to better prepare for any situation. It's giving offshore teams onshore support, and it's empowering anyone to stop a job if something doesn't seem right. At BP, safety is never being satisfied and always working to be better.
Miller Lite tastes great. Let's fill it. Tastes great. Let's fill it. Tastes great. It is both. It is both. It is both. It is both. It's both.
Hey, thanks for the backup.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent work here from the Oilmen early on. It's a 3-0 ball game if you're just joining us. Evan Lopez has been working out on the mound. 57 pitches for him to this point through 3 innings. And he's done a fine job of locating. It's just been a little trouble as he's going to start off with Aiden Thaxton.
Leading off the top half
So-
of the fourth inning.
Going back to trivia real quick, I've been saying this, if you first person in the comments to get the right answer will be named either king or queen of the third. I just had this spontaneous idea, and we're going with this. Not only will you be the king or queen of the third, you will also be heir to the oil throne.
Heir to the oil throne?
Yeah.
Joining the oil family instead of the royal family? I love it.
Dab me up.
There you go.
Love that. That was good. Absolute expert 1-2 punch.
As Aiden Thaxton steps in, who is 0 for 1. Do you know who the other two teams that
The silver and the
medaled there?
bronze?
Yeah.
I can look that up very quickly.
I'm curious.
It was...
That one's in there for a called strike?
The bronze went to Japan.
Okay.
And the silver medal went to Chinese Taipei.
Ah, yes. Baseball very big in Chinese Taipei, as it is only referred to there Taiwan otherwise, as that's a put out to third, or to short rather.
The United States
out of the inning.
finished 4th, Puerto Rico finished 5th, and your two answers, the Dominican Republic finished in 6th place.
See, so we knew kind of those teams that'd be up near the top as Isaiah White prepares to step into that right-hand batter's box.
Isaiah White, the designated hitter for the Oilmen.
White 1 for 2 in this one. 1 for 1, rather. So he takes one that's a little bit wild there. Good work by Quinn Flanagan in the on-deck circle to run over and grab the ball.
By the way, don't be too proud of yourself for guessing the Dominican Republic. And don't say you got one of the top teams, because there was only 8 teams.
No, I was saying when we were brainstorming, through teams.
You did get the highlights. I mean, Cuba's been a sensational baseball team forever.
Forever and always. Since
Did you watch any of the World Baseball Classic this last time up?
Oh yeah.
I didn't know how much I would have been into it. And let me tell you something. I tuned into any game that was on TV.
I found it really entertaining, and that one very nearly hit White. Did a good job of ducking out of the way.
They played at
Lone Depot in Miami.
Yeah, I was gonna say just from TV standpoint, I've never been there. It's a really cool looking stadium. I think it held the World Baseball Classic title very well.
A lot of people hate on that stadium, and I don't think it's well-founded hatred. I think they just don't like that they changed them from the Florida Marlins to the Miami Marlins, and that they got rid of the Marlin statue out in the outfield.
The thing was, also Derek Jeter, but
yeah, that too.
He made a lot of decisions that I don't disagree with people disagreeing with it.
So it is a 3-1 count now for Thaxton. Not Thaxton, White. My apologies on that one. Is it 3-2?
That's what I believe.
No, that's my fault. Well, either way, if it was 3-1 or 3-2, it's going to be 3-2 now.
By the way, just a quick disclaimer. For those of you wondering, there is no real prize for third inning trivia. It's a title and bragging rights. So,
swing and a miss, strike 3. Lopez adds another punch out to his title for the day today.
Did you ever do Sox math?
I'd never submitted the answers because I knew I would never be fast enough.
Yeah.
My home connection is not exactly the fastest on the planet Earth.
There you go. Do you remember?
As this is Quinn Flanagan.
Do you remember when they would do, especially during the Jason Benetti era, when they would do like postcards from?
Yeah.
I actually made it on TV with that.
Really?
And I also made it on White Sox Instagram. I think I told you this story because I was at a Kansas City Royals game for a Sox-Royals game. Just so happened to, I was there. Right? It was planned for months. And it just so happened is that was the game that Eloy Jimenez was going to come back off of his injury, his pectoral injury, after colliding into a wall during spring training. And so I went to Target at like 10 o'clock at night, wrote him a sign, like, welcome back, Eloy. And he signed it. And I ended up on White Sox Instagram as well as postcards from Kansas City. It brought some tears to my eyes as a White Sox fan.
That's pretty cool.
I wish I could go back to that era.
What I wouldn't give for the excitement.
We were so good.
So that one's in there, 1-1. That's 2-1. My apologies, 2-1. I'm not used to scoring and calling the game at the same time. Usually we've got a third person.
Usually it's a three-headed dog up in the brick house at Oil City. Not today. Oh, me and Seth had some trouble over at Griffith the other day. It wasn't fun.
With the scoring?
With scoring, with the field change, it just wasn't a...
Yeah, it was
rough. It was a rough outing.
Delivery home from Lopez, fouled back.
Add on to that, it was a 20-16 final score, 3.5-hour game. It was...
Right.
We had to switch fields, just a snowball effect.
Delivery home, swing and a miss, strike 3. Excellent pitching from Evan Lopez as he moves his team into the bottom of the 4th. 3-0 ball game when we return here to the Elkhart Athletic Complex.
Don't let pain knock you out of the ring. Our hand, wrist, and elbow experts are pioneers worldwide. You need us in your corner. Midwest Orthopedics at Rush. Make an appointment today. After our minimally invasive spine surgery, 80% of golfers maintained or improved their handicap. Be treated by the pros to play more like a pro. Midwest Orthopedics at Rush. Make an appointment today.
That's right, Candace. We're getting multiple reports of this mysterious but powerful phenomena. People are experiencing a sound, after which they drop everything, and I mean everything, and run to their nearest White Castle. Now, we are urging folks to stay calm. There's no evidence that this...
Richard, we're live. When the crave calls, Richard, we're live. Go to White Castle for the $5 bacon bundle with 2 bacon sliders and a small fry. White Castle. Follow your crave.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Happy to have you here with us as John Mastay and I continue our coverage.
Leading off the bottom half of the 4th inning for the Miracle, the shortstop, Edgar Perez.
As it looks like for Elkhart, it'll be Salazar stepping in. The left-handed hitter takes that one low for ball 1. So it is a 3-0 ball game.
Check that. The batter is Salazar, Cameron Salazar.
So Salazar puts that one over to second. Play made to first in plenty of time. So nice play by Quinn Flanagan for the first out of the inning. And that'll now bring up Bryce Lesher.
Bryce Lesher.
The bottom of the fourth
for
inning.
The Miracle.
First pitch misses outside from Haggerty. And it is worthy of note there are no lights on the field here today. So the pace of play has been quick, and it kind of needs to be. And again, I do apologize for our obstructed vantage point. We don't have a whole lot of flexibility on that matter, but I've been trying to be as descriptive as I can for you here, as that one is able to locate 3-1 down Main Street. And again, thank you, John, for bringing up a water.
Anything for the Michael Jordan of Oilmen Broadcasting.
Don't flatter me too much, as that's a swing and a miss there, 3-2. Count on Lesher. We are it's like we're in a sauna up here at times.
It's a little toasty. I mean, the rain we've had, the humidity is just something else. I didn't do my classic weather report today.
Did not, as that is ball 4. Lesher works a walk. So following the walk from Lesher, it'll be Pinellas coming in.
Batting for the Miracle, Pinellas.
Weather report from Elkhart here today. 76 degrees, 8-mile-per-hour winds, 14-mile-per-hour gusts. Feels like 78. 74% humidity, as people say, yeah, the heat's all right, but it's the humidity that'll get you.
That's the most Midwestern thing I've heard.
Very much is.
It is true, though. Can't disagree. As someone who's experienced, the hot summers in Vegas and the
Sunset
muggy
at
summers here.
9:19.
Ball gets away, and Lesher's going to advance to second. By the way, I wanted to confirm it before I said anything. Lesher has worked 2 walks today in his 2 appearances.
Against
Not
a
too
very
shabby.
good Thomas Haggerty.
Haggerty calls off the sign and wants to have a conversation with Caceres. Again, Caceres is one of these utility guys from the University of Illinois Springfield, someone who we've seen play second, we've seen him play short, and now we've seen him catch.
The kitchen sink. That's his nickname. I just deemed it.
That one put hard down the line, but to the right of first base, foul ball.
So, Charlie, question for you. You and I have not worked a game at Highland yet this year. And so Highland has a field like this, and I want your opinion. Your thoughts on it being all grass down the first and third base lines?
It's weird to me, but it's
I
easier
agree.
for field maintenance purposes.
I've asked that question to a lot of people I've done games with. That might be the best response I have heard. I don't like it, but again,
No.
for field maintenance purposes, I get it.
Right, it's a lot easier to be able to mow through there without having to pick up the deck before you go over. 2-2, that one fouled off, and you'll see another. And again, that doesn't mean I'm a huge fan of it, and for the actual playing surface, it's not always great because I feel like it gets a lot muddier than the dirt. But if it's well kept, and it is here, I mean, even through all the rain we had today, this park did incredibly well. Swing and a miss, making him look silly. Dropping him to a knee like he's proposing, and it'll bring up Meyer coming up next.
Mike Jones says the Michael Jordan of Oilmen Broadcasting was Brandon Vickery. That is very true. I don't think our predecessor, Brandon Vickery, spent, I think it was 11 or 12 years here doing our games. We had big shoes to step into. Mike, you are correct.
So that one's fouled off there. And, yeah, I'm just grateful for the opportunity to be able to do this. This is my second summer doing baseball for a collegiate league. Did the Prospect League last year. Did this year. You worked with the Joliet Slammers of the Frontier League last year.
I The drive there wasn't fun, but I immensely enjoyed that experience. And so far, I've been enjoying the Northern League here.
Yeah, and it's been a unique experience, as opposed to a lot of guys. Last year when my team would go on road trips, I didn't travel with them because, we had teams from Iowa, we had a team from Tennessee.
Yeah, I was the same way.
So the team would have to stay overnight in hotels. Here, all these guys get to go home to their families, and they drive to the games, and it gives kind of a different vibe. Sound misses 2-1. Now make the count 3-1 in favor of the hitter, Mason Meyer.
Yeah, the Frontier League, our team would have to go up to Canada. We had We had 2 Canadian teams. We had teams in New York. The furthest one south or to the west was just outside of St. Louis.
And he did go around, so that'll be strike 2. Count is full.
We had a team. We had 2 New York teams: the New York State Grays and the New York City Boulders. I can't remember which one it was, but one of those teams didn't have a home stadium. They were just a perpetually traveling baseball team.
The Barnstormers. I love it. 3-2 misses high, and it's a free pass issued from Haggerty.
Got him.
Oh, and they got him on the back pick. Lesher gets picked off at second base, and I'd say it's unbelievable.
Noah Caceres just casually winged one out to second base for the out. Neither of us even realized what was happening.
I had looked down and I look up, and all of a sudden everyone's running in. So with that, heading into the 5th inning of action when we return here on the Oil City Sports Network.
We don't go to the office, we build it. This is a truism with Ironworkers Local 395 and the Northwest Indiana Contractors Association. Our goal is to exceed our customers' expectations. We provide a skilled, OSHA-trained, drug-free workforce, as well as many other certifications from our 4-year training program. Every time you hire an iron worker from Local 395, you should feel confident that you are receiving highly trained, highly skilled, and drug-free journeymen and apprentices who take their job and your project seriously. For more information, contact us at 219-763-7900 or ironworkers395.com.
BP's natural gas teams use Smart App technology to share data from any well instantly, so they can analyze trends and stop potential problems in their tracks, because safety is never being satisfied and always working to be better.
Top of the 5th inning here on the Northwest Indiana Oilmen Sports Network, brought to you by Miller Lite. It's the 5th inning, and it's 5 o'clock somewhere, so when you go to grab that beer out of the fridge, make sure it's a Miller Lite. Great taste, less filling, an official and proud sponsor of the Northwest Indiana Oilmen. And because it's the 5th inning, that means it is time for Today in Sports History with yours truly, John Mastay. I had like 7 things yesterday, and I realized I needed to dial it back once again. I apologize for that. Cranked it up to 11. I'm going to go back to just a regular 3 things. Today in Sports History, 1935, James J. Braddock defeats Max Baer. That is the movie Cinderella Man, which I have credited on this broadcast as being one of my favorite sports movies of all time. Great period piece. 1997 is the first night game at Fenway Park. A very historic franchise. Only one of 2 original stadiums still being used today. The other one, Wrigley Field. And in 2018, FIFA Congress, which is something I did not know existed, awards the 2026 World Cup to the United States, Canada, and Mexico.
Yes.
And that is coming up very soon. Probably the closest one to us is Kansas City, Missouri. Furthest away being, obviously, Mexico and Canada. But in the States, SoFi Arena in Los Angeles.
That one fouled off.
Which is a great-looking stadium.
It is. It's
that's
a
modern.
Cool
that's
one.
A modern marvel. I think we should take the pyramids of Giza off the list and put that as a 7th wonder of the world. But that was Today in Sports History with John Massey. Make sure you tune in next broadcast for some more trivia that you can use at the bar where you should be grabbing yourself a Miller Lite.
And please, drink it responsibly.
Absolutely.
It's that one put into play, but it'll go foul to the left of third off the bat of A.J. Taylor.
And by the way, that is back to 1935. Max Baer. That is spelled B-A-E-R. A Jewish last name, which I'm aware of. Yeah, that's a great story. James J. Braddock being a fighter. Great Depression happens. Him and his family are hit incredibly hard. Lives a life of poverty. The movie, for what I've been told, is one of the truer adaptations of a real life story to sports movie. Unlike that movie you love so much, Moneyball. You had to throw that in there. Had to.
Just had to insult it.
Yes, I did.
It's a fine movie.
It is. Is it historically accurate?
No.
Okay.
I know it's not historically accurate. I just enjoy the movie.
And to be fair, you're not accurate all that time, but I enjoy your company.
I try. A.J. Taylor rips that one out into left center field. Ball in play, heading out and handled out in center field. Van Bogart underneath it for the first out of the inning.
Batting for the Oilmen,
Jalen House,
center fielder.
the NIU commit, steps into the left-hand batter's box. While updating the website profiles today, I learned that Jalen House has a golden doodle. How do you like that?
Do those dogs shed?
I don't know if they do or not. I wouldn't envision they shed too much.
I feel like it's the opposite. The dog's got a lot of hair. By the way, real quick, Mike Jones asked, do you guys know what the eighth wonder of the world is? And knowing Mike Jones, he's probably going to say Oil City Stadium.
I would be inclined to say it'll be Oil City
Mike,
Stadium.
is your answer going to be Oil City Stadium? Let us know.
That or maybe the team office in the Centier building. It's got to be one of those two.
It's definitely Oilman related, knowing Mike. Also, Seth Berquist is viewing the stream. Seth, good to see you. Sorry that your game got canceled over there in our neck of the woods in the Central Time Zone, the best time zone.
Oh, hands down.
Yeah.
As a guy who's lived in both extensively, ours is definitively the best.
Imagine having a time zone, then you've got to put ET after it. You know why they put that? Because it's alien to us.
Well, the Eastern time zone, my only complaint with it is, you want to stay up late and watch a basketball game. You're going to be up till, midnight. I'd have to go to bed early and read the score box the next day because I'd have school. Or during the summers, I'd have to wake up at, 5:30 in the morning to drive down to Indy. That was no way to have it. As that one cracked out to right field and past the outstretched glove, that's going to be a hard single. Past the glove of Salazar for House, his first hit of the day.
And I would try to do it on like Tuesdays and Thursdays when it was NBA on TNT. I would try to watch the 7 o'clock game, then stay up for the 9 o'clock game, especially if it was two teams I cared about. And I got to like the second quarter, and I'm just like, you know what? I actually don't need to watch this.
Right.
And then I went to bed.
I'll just watch the highlights tomorrow.
And then I'll watch the Instagram reels of Charles Barkley making fun of Shaq.
Those are great.
Absolutely.
Wendling underneath this one. Popped into foul territory on the right side and handled over there at first base. So following the fly out to Lesher, that'll bring up Noah Caceres, the catcher.
Batting for the Oilmen, the catcher, Noah Caceres.
Caceres, again, a Prairie Star from the University of Illinois Springfield. So that one misses low for ball one. One of the things that's most impressive about Caceres is just how smooth that swing is. He's got a tremendous amount of power, and he can generate.
We're wrong. Mike Jones, he says, no, the eighth wonder of the world is the Astrodome in Houston, Texas. And Mike, I'm going to disagree with you on that one, but
the hill in center field, man, that's where I draw the line on the Astrodome.
Remember when there was a pole back there?
There was a pole in the playing field on the hill.
What, you guys have a train? Ooh.
Yeah, now at Minute Maid Park they do have the train.
Yeah.
And at Michigan State they've got the weird hill in the outfield as well. I'm not looking forward to getting used to that.
Yeah, in the Oakland Coliseum, they have 2 football fields in foul territory. You just play forever. By the way, going back to something you said earlier about the Miami Marlins stadium getting too much hate, I agree with you. There's only one stadium that I think is universally hated across the world, and that is what I like to call Slopacana Field, also known as Tropicana Field, the home of the Tampa Bay Rays. Wow, that stadium just needs to get lifted up and thrown into the Gulf.
You know, I got to say, I'm not a big-time Trop hater because the Trop exists for a reason. If you had to be playing baseball games outside in Tampa, it'd be terrible. The problem is they made the Trop super generic because they weren't sure what team. Initially, they had planned kind of that out on getting the White Sox.
Yeah.
And then they wound up making it the Rays. So it wound up being really generic and not having – really the only thing they have is that cutout in the outfield out in left, which makes it easier to rob home runs. Outside of that, the park just doesn't have a lot of personality to it, as that's a walk to Caceres. So House at second, Caceres at first. And with 2 down, it'll bring up Desan Lee.
You can also show a little bit of hate towards Yankee Stadium. Number one, you have that Little League wall in right field. That's one. Number two, there's just an advertisement everywhere you look. It's like it's kind of insulting, if I'm being honest.
And I mean, the original Yankee Stadium was built to accommodate the home run power of Babe Ruth.
Mm-hmm.
Tried to pay homage to that.
The original Yankee Stadium was also built to hold more people, and then the MLB changed these, fan engagement rules a couple decades ago, and they said you need more suites.
Yeah.
And so that's what the Yankees did. That's also another reason why the Seattle Supersonics don't exist anymore.
That one is crushed out to left field. Lee tees that one up, and they're going to send the runner home. It's an RBI single coming off the bat of Lee, and he has 3 RBI today.
Absolutely fantastic for the new guy on the team. We've seen this a couple of times already from the Oilmen. New guy comes to the team and has a great game, really earning their stripes.
Yeah, no kidding. And Lee making a case to be one of the best players in this game today as Jake Pauley steps in now, sporting the number 42. As he takes a called strike from Evan Lopez.
Jake Pauley batting for the Oilmen, right fielder.
And I'm always going to love the name Pauley. Someday if I get a dog, well, when I get a dog, it might be named Pauley after Paul Konerko.
There you go.
That one bounces, and Caceres on his horse trying to move over to third, and they're going to throw down to Lee, and it's another. How many times do you see 2 innings ended on a pickoff play? But here we have it. So it is Lee getting thrown out at second, and that'll be the end of the inning. Score is 4-0 when we return, bottom 5, here on the Oil City Sports Network.
Do you like to work with your hands, creating something from nothing? Then think about Laborers Local 41. You'll get 432 hours of apprenticeship training, all while earning a wage with benefits and incurring no student debt. You'll travel to different job sites, learn tons of skills, and in a lot of cases, be the first one on and the last one off a job site. It all starts at laborers41.com.
Don't let pain knock you out of the ring. Our hand, wrist, and elbow experts are pioneers worldwide. You need us in your corner. Midwest Orthopedics at Rush. Make an appointment today.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the bottom of the 5th inning here for the Oilmen. Tommy Haggerty getting rolled out for a 5th inning.
He's looking to roll over some more of these Miracle batters here. A 4-0 ball game. Knock on wood here, but yesterday we saw a really good game for our starting pitcher, and it did not turn out so well for his, achievement as a whole. So I'm hoping here the Oilmen can close the books here on the Miracle for Haggerty, who has just had a great game. There's really no other way to say it.
Yeah, and trying to get the most you can out of the starter to minimize what you have to get out of the pen. Just as a review for his stat line so far, through 4 innings pitched, 5 strikeouts, 4 walks. He has yet to give up a hit.
But we got a history lesson from Mike Jones. Oh, back up. So Mike Jones says, when the Astrodome opened in 1966, it was dubbed as the 8th wonder of the world. Yet, yes, there was a hill in center field at Minute Maid Park, originally known as Enron Field. Thank you, Mike.
Enron, I wonder why they had to change the name there.
Yeah, interesting. We will just casually
coast right
brush
over
that
that
under the rug.
financial monstrosity. Swing and a miss there on the first offering to Van Bogaerts. So for A.J. Van Bogaerts, or AJVB, as you could abbreviate it, takes strike 2. Haggerty, delivery home, swing and a miss, strike 3. It's another punch out for him. Dub it number 6. 63 pitches into this game. And Tommy Haggerty starting to look like he may be finding his stride. So he'll have to face Cherry Mose.
Cherry Mose, the batter, Gabriel Cherry Mose.
Yeah, coming into today's game, Thomas Haggerty currently ranks 4th in the Northern League for strikeouts. He's got 15 total on the season. Christopher Gonzalez of the Miracle with 16. R.J. Berggren of the Oilmen with 19. And Justin Schosberger with the General at 24.
A lot of good pitching in this league.
I'll tell you, and just not even across the league, but for the Oilmen, Berggren and Haggerty have been a phenomenal 1-2 punch on the mound. As Berggren actually leads in batting average against with .029.
Yeah.
And Haggerty is at 152. These guys, sometimes teams need a miracle in order to get off these guys.
That they do. 1-2, breaking outside, no luck. And it's 2-2. Two is hammered out to left. Is it fair? It is foul. And that's a big sigh of relief. Because holy cow, that ball was hit on the screws by Cherry Nose.
The Oilmen, and if Seth Berquist is still watching, he can contend to this, but Oilmen have gotten away with a couple of foul balls that would easily be home runs if they're just a little bit more to the right or left.
And was that one called a hit by pitch?
It's just a walk.
Just a walk, okay. I had missed a ball in there somewhere, but either way, Cherinos goes down to first base, and with 1 aboard and 1 down, it'll now bring up Garcia.
Nathaniel Garcia batting for the Miracle.
Swing and a miss there, in for strike 1. And as we're here in Elkhart, I had mentioned they have the RV Hall of Fame, RV Mobile Home Hall of Fame. I know it was raining really hard, and you probably couldn't see it off the road, but you ought to give it a look on the way home.
I definitely was not looking around at other things driving here today.
Well, did you see on our path over here, we also passed the Hall of Heroes, Superhero Hall of Fame.
I did not see that.
It's not a big building. It's not something that would really pop, but I've forgotten about it until we were driving over here, and I was like, oh, yeah, they have that too.
Oh, yeah, they actually called me last year about being in there. I declined.
I felt it wouldn't be fair.
Said I had prior engagements. I had another Superhero Hall of Fame inauguration to go to. Man of the people.
Gotta be. That one poked out into right field, and it's going to get down for a hit. First hit of the day. And it belongs to Nathan Garcia on a line drive to right.
A no-hitter through 4 innings for Haggerty is incredibly useful to the Oilmen. I mean, I said it our very first game of the season. I saw Thomas Haggerty pitch, and I told you, I go, this is one of the best pitchers in the North. I said that definitively. And ever since then, even despite a not-so-great outing his last time out, which was still a good outing for a regular guy. It was just a bad outing for a Thomas Haggerty type of guy. He's been great today, and he's going to continue to do so.
Yeah, the walks have been a little bit of trouble for him. It's just a matter of getting some of that under control. So he's ahead 0-1 here.
You know who you could closely relate him to? Is Dylan Cease.
Oh, that's actually a very good comp. He's
Thomas
strike
Haggerty,
a ton
Thomas
of guys
Haggerty
out.
has a lot of Thomas Haggerty, and look back at Dylan Cease. The reason he really didn't win the Cy Young Award against Justin Verlander. Number one, Justin Verlander had a great season that year, but Dylan Cease just threw too many walks and maybe didn't have as much team success with the White Sox. Thomas Haggerty is a lot like him in he's got great pitches. His fastball kills, his movement kills, but every once in a while he gets to key points in an at-bat and just loses it and walks a couple of guys too many.
1-2 hammered over to short. Thaxton flips 6-4-3, and it's an inning-ending double play. Excellent work to be able to turn two from Thaxton to Flanagan to Lee. So with that, we will head into the 6th inning of action when we return here to Elkhart.
There's a shortage of roofers across the country. Here at Roofers Local 26, our signatory contractors are in need of a well-trained workforce, and it's our job to provide that workforce. We are looking for people that are self-motivated, people that are reliable, people that are willing to give a hard day's work. In return, they get a good paycheck with good benefits. This is not a job, this is a career. If you're willing to put the time and dedication in, we're willing to provide you the tools and training necessary for you to succeed in the roofing industry. We've been doing this for almost 100 years. We know how to get the job done.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Top of the 6th inning. And it looks like, I'm trying to tell if this is a new arm on the mound. Looks like it's number 30 for Elkhart, which would be new. Lopez was wearing 24.
While Charlie does some research into that, I'll let me tell you about some of the upcoming theme days we have at Oil City coming up. June 22nd, Bark in the Park. Your dog will be allowed in the stadium. July 11th is Community Day to celebrate Whiting Robertsdale. Friday, July 12th, is Swifty Night, a salute to our Taylor Swift fans and Era Tours friends. I actually had a friend who I told about Taylor Swift night, and she said that if she was available, she would wear her Eras Tour outfit, which I responded with one word. I said that was wild. Saturday, July 20th is Military Appreciation Night. July 24th is the best night of all time, Polish Heritage Night. Friday, August 2nd is Elvis Night. Saturday, August 3rd, Hispanic Heritage Night, and Police and Fire Night is to be determined. And once again, I promise you folks, if it's the last thing I do, you will get your Oilman stand bobblehead at some point this season. We've delayed it twice, a third time, and I'm just going to go out into downtown Whiting and start handing them out. But those are some theme days we have coming up. Make sure you tune in to more Oilman broadcasts. For more information, make sure you check out all of our social medias, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, on our website, northwestindianaoilman.com, ran perfectly and beautifully by your Charlie Schmidgall. For any updates about the team, events,
in the top half of the 6th inning,
rain delays, that would be the place to go.
Check that.
We got a couple of defensive switches here, some offensive adjustments. Charlie and our PA guy today trying to figure these moves around.
Well, and I can't tell if this catcher is 28, because 28 was Garcia that was in right field. I don't have a 29. Would you mind? Could I see? He didn't fill in substitutes on there, did he? That's not ideal. So I'm going to kind of guess, I think it is what I'm going to end up doing. If I can see who's in right field, that would be very helpful. Is this count now to 2-1? If you wouldn't mind taking a look
I will
there.
do so. Oh, the chain link fence is not helpful.
No, not in the slightest.
26.
Paulie.
In right field, you're asking?
Yeah, in right field.
26, I believe.
I don't have a 26 on their team, so
All right,
that's
well,
problematic.
let me
Would
see
that
if I
be
can-
28, maybe? Because that's who I had originally in right field, and that would mean this is a new player catching. So that is a walk issued out to Paulie.
Well, I think the catcher is 23.
For the Oilmen,
I don't have a 23 either.
Oh, my gosh. All right.
number 5.
We will get this sorted.
I'm just going to put him in here as 23, new catcher.
There you go.
So Thaxton fouls that one back. And the count is 0-1. So looks like Coach Zunkel on his horse.
Big hustle guy.
That one popped up. Heading into shallow right field, and it's actually going to be handled over at second base for the first out of the inning.
Number 14, White, the batter.
Yeah, I promise you it's 28 in right field.
28 in right?
I promise you. Yeah, he turned his back to me. Clear as day, 28.
Okay. Well,
what are the odds there's just two 28 jerseys?
I'm not giving that one such high chances. I think it's probably just a new player. Check back down, and on the back pick, no such luck.
Attempted hit and run there.
So
or a delayed swing.
Yeah, one or the other. It's Isaiah White, designated hitter today, 1 for 2 in this one. Swing and a miss, runner in motion. Paulie slides in and is in safely. So good stolen base from Paulie. And he moves the runner into scoring position for the Oilmen. And the new pitcher, I should point out, is Pinellas, who was the catcher, which is what started the whole confusion. So he went from behind the plate to on the mound. And the problem is catcher's gear blocks the back of your number. White puts that one out into center field, and it's going to drop down for a hit.
Zunkel's going to hold the runner up at third. Says we still have a lot of life left here in this inning to manufacture some runs. Good decision-making there. Too shallow of a hit and a pretty good defense here for the Miracle.
Plenty good the batter for the Oilmen.
And that's respect on the ability. So now with runners on the corners, one down, it'll bring up the bottom of the order. Quinn Flanagan, again, Jake Paulie at third, Isaiah White over at first.
Quick, I would like to do a quick disclaimer and thank you to Miss Tracy Faulkner for informing us on who's in the game right now. But she did, I think she says, Garcia is in right field according to Game Changer. Charlie is the one running the Game Changer, so there's nothing really on that app that will surprise Charlie, but thank you.
But this is surprising right here. We get the double steal successfully. They try to throw down to second to get White, and it opens the opportunity for Paulie to come in and take home. Excellent work there.
I'm gonna take it that's like one of your favorite plays to see in baseball.
It's a difficult one to pull off because a lot of the time, you have to commit fully from third. Mm-hmm. And now it is a 5-0 ball game.
It's the most excited you've been all season. So I'm assuming that's just you really enjoy that.
Well, I was caught off guard.
Yeah, very much so.
I was trying to keep up with the Game Changer.
Good job by Zunkel.
Yeah.
Because that's just as hard as the third base coach is just as a part of that play as anyone else would be. Because he essentially has the green light of whether or not, hey, you're going, right? So he's paying just as much attention to not only the pitcher, the catcher, and that runner, but just every play in motion. Great job by Zunkel there.
So now still one down. Runner on second is White. 2-2 count for Quinn Flanagan. Took one in a rough spot on the outside. Misses a little too far there, and the count is now full for Pinellas on the mound. Again, a very short mound, only 10 inches in height.
Seth Berquist says, General John is shaking in his boots, hoping you don't break the franchise record against his team. Well, we just got to get this game out of the way. Seth, it's not over with just yet, but I appreciate your enthusiasm.
It's hard not to, as that one's fouled off.
Seth, I also see you said earlier that you were very excited to see all the dogs embark in the park. Are we playing you guys that day? Will you be in attendance for that promotional event?
I believe we play them on Saturday this week. Yes, because Sunday we just had a game scheduled against Griffin.
Oh, run up.
Strike 3. And that's a rough one to go down, looking at Quinn Flanagan frustrated with the call there. But with 2 down and a runner on second, it'll turn the lineup over to A.J. Taylor.
In all capital letters and 3 exclamation points, he said yes.
I love a dog.
Seth, a big dog guy, I'm assuming?
One of the great joys of my time working with Purdue Sports is that every Sunday, every home game is Bark at the Park. And it's softball games, you can bring your dog whenever.
Left fielder.
So I would get to see lots of good boys and girls out there in the crowd. It was, I loved I go down early to pet all the dogs as that one's popped up over into foul territory on the move over there. Underneath of it, and it's a pop out to Lesher. So with that will mark the middle of the 6th inning when we return bottom 6 here on the Oilmen Sports Network.
Tastes great. Let's fill it. Tastes great. Let's fill it. Tastes great. It is both. It is both. It is both. It is both. It's both.
Hey, thanks for the backup.
Wait! Let me help. Lando Frost. Premium meat. Delicious. And no byproducts.
Toss it in.
Et moi?
Okay.
Whee!
Make the smart choice. Lando Frost Premium Meat.
Welcome back, folks. Bottom of the 6th, Tommy Haggerty going to be given the ball for another inning's work here in this one. Only 78 pitches into this one. Not surprising to see him be given the opportunity to continue. He's given up 1 hit, 6 strikeouts, 5 walks over 5 innings pitched. And the Oilmen in control here, 5-0 the score here in the bottom of the 6th.
I almost don't believe the sky right now, knowing the weather we had earlier. It looks like a very nice summer day, but when in fact we drove through a hurricane to get here,
it was like monsoons.
It was,
man.
I mean, it was
terrible.
We can't express it enough. It was not great weather driving here today. But folks, we did it for you. We did it for those of you, whether you're on JED TV, Facebook, Twitter, Region Sports Network YouTube, Region Sports Network Facebook, wherever you are joining us from here today. Just know that me and Charlie appreciate you and your time.
Every time I thought about pulling off, I kept going for you. You were my reason, my muse.
Are you saying that to me or the fans?
What's the difference?
Seth said he was convinced no one was having baseball today. Well, sir, we're on the East Coast, all right? I can see New York City from here, all right? Spider-Man swinging across the skyline.
So that's in there for a called strike. That's like we always joke when I go to my apartment in West Lafayette. It's my vacation home for the summer.
Yeah,
it's down on the coast. I have palm trees in my backyard.
Yeah, right next to Nantucket.
Yeah, that's what I always tell people, and they're like, "Man, this is still extremely far north." And I'm like, "Yeah, but it's south of where I live, so that basically, makes it Florida."
You can have whatever opinion you want about him, but Dave Portnoy is actually one of the funniest individuals of all time. Because I saw this video the other day that someone was like, I don't know if it was older or newer, but some protester was yelling at him about being a super rich and complaining about what he does with his money and what it does to the environment and society. And Dave Porter goes, "Yeah, but have you been in Nantucket?"
That's a good argument.
That's completely fair.
And that's going to be a walk for Perez. So Perez goes to first base. Salazar due up now. It's the leadoff man aboard for the Miracle.
Cameron Salazar batting for the Miracle.
Big swing through that one. No lights here at the ballpark, so we are at the mercy of sunlight, which the way this game is moving right now, I will knock on wood and Charlie's head. I think we'll be good in time, but there is a chance that this game gets called, just as a disclosure if we get to that point for all you watching and listening.
Pitch misses high there. And yeah, we are in Eastern time, so it is worthy of note that it is 8:36 local. But we're literally just across the time border. So that one's popped up over on the third base side. Wendling hustling, but no chance at it. Foul ball.
No, we're way east. We're way east.
But so the sun should set at about the same time as it will back home for you guys. Just add on about an hour.
Yeah. It's not going to be too much of a difference.
Yeah, I mean, we will still have light here at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
That one fouled off again by Salazar.
Which, by the way, now that I think about it, sunsets at 9:16, which is this time, and it's 8:30 here, so 8:37. We're actually running out of time here.
Yeah, we're running. I
thought we had about an extra hour. We don't.
No,
we have an extra hour our time. We don't.
Pitch misses outside.
Hey, open that window and yell. Tell Haggerty to start pitching faster.
Chop chop.
Which you don't really need to because Haggerty's got a pretty good delivery time. He doesn't take too much. Doesn't have that, Max Scherzer, I'm going to stare you down with my two different colored eyes for 45 minutes.
John Lester loved doing that in the step-offs.
Yeah, okay, John Lester. You know what pitcher I don't like using this word. You know who pitcher I hate? Is Nestor Cortez. Can you just pitch like a regular person, please?
That one hit over and it's through the gap between first and second. Runner was in motion, so that's going to put him on the corners. Following a nice single to right from Salazar.
I can't see anything from here, and I just don't think there's anyone there. But no one in the bullpen for the Oilmen. So right now, Haggerty's still at the wheel for the Oilmen. But you got to think eventually, as there's a mound visit here, this might be the end of Haggerty's run as we go deeper into this game. Bottom of the sixth here.
I mean, it is worthy of note, though, you did just add on another game on Sunday for this group, so you want to be able to preserve pitching as much as possible. Because if you think about it, I don't know how exactly they're doing their day split up with the squad, but want to make sure you can maintain stuff as much as you can. And do we have a double header coming up as well?
No, that one was taken away.
That's right.
Yeah, that was taken away.
So as Lesher steps up, he has two walks in this game, yet to record an at-bat. For the third time, the charm for him. After fouling one off and taking one here, it's going to be an 0-2 count for him. Lesher, the first baseman. Bryce Lesher fouls that one up and out of play. Runners on the corners, still searching for that first out. Pickoff attempt to first on Salazar unsuccessful. And we do apologize for any technical issues we may be having. Doing the best that we can. Ball bounces in, and it'll be ball two. It is a 2-2 count now. I believe it is, yep, it is 2-2. Knowing Lesher, he may find a way to see a couple more balls. as he fouls that one back. And the more of these pitches you foul off, it's just setting up more of an opportunity to see one that you like. And if you're Tommy Haggerty, you want to try to throw something you can get by him. Definitely don't want to throw him a fastball here. I would assume we'll see the slider. Runners in motion, slider hit hard down the first base line, but foul. So I called the pitch right, and thankfully he was early on it because that ball was crushed.
Toughest part about the situation here for Haggerty is the no outs.
100%.
Really trying to maintain the shutout here. 5-0 lead. It's impossible to win, to tie this game with a swing of the at-bat.
That one hit over to second. Double play ball opportunity. 1 and 2 on the relay. It's a 4-6-3. So a run does score. It's a 5-1 ball game, but with 2 down here against the Miracle.
Obviously, you'll trade that one off. And I was just thinking about it. You know, not only the Oilmen, but across the Northern League as well, we've seen a couple of potential double plays not get turned around because we've seen guys busting it down the line to first, or the transitions between, you know, the middle infielders isn't great. We've seen a lot of double plays today.
We have.
A lot.
I think just with the fact that it had rained earlier, the balls are coming
Moving
off
a
the
little bit
infield a
faster.
little.
Yeah.
Yep, it's setting it up a little bit better for them because the ground is a little more firm. So that one is fouled back.
It'll be interesting. Again, we haven't had a game there yet. We were supposed to, but it will be interesting to see the Oilmen play at Dowling Park
On
against
the turf
the Hammond
surface,
Vikings,
yeah.
all turf.
Pinellas the batter.
Terrible, if you ask
The
me, but
Miracle.
I didn't design the ballpark.
Did he go around? Yes, he did. And that'll be strike 3. So 1 run scores, but the Oilmen hanging on to a 5-1 lead. 7th inning when we return here on the Oilmen Broadcast Network.
Safety doesn't come in a box. It's not a banner that goes on a wall. It's not something you do now and then, or when it's convenient. It's using state-of-the-art simulators to better prepare for any situation. It's giving offshore teams onshore support, and it's empowering anyone to stop a job if something doesn't seem right. At BP, safety is never being satisfied and always working to be better.
Who is the IBEW? We're the people who bring the power to your home, the ones who make sure your phone calls and internet keep speeding along. We build things like schools and hospitals. We bring the biggest shows and sporting events to the world, keep America's railroads on the right track, help cities, states, and the federal government work for you. And we proudly build products made in the USA. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the IBEW.
7th inning of action as we return here to Elkhart here in north central Indiana. Pinellas getting ready for a second inning's work. First inning from him not too shabby, only 17 pitches. Gave up 1 run, 1 strikeout, 1 walk. Whip of 2, which for those of you that don't know, we're going to make you into baseball stat heads. It is walks and hits per innings pitched. Does not account for hit by pitch. So you can have a low whip if you just beam guys with the ball. There you go.
Yeah, modern statistics in baseball has been sort of a curse and a burden. I agree with using a lot of advanced statistics. I don't agree with a lot of others. And so it's kind of just a pick and choose situation of what you really want to go by. Do you want to go by batting average, or do you want to go by on-base percentage? Do you want to go by slugging? And if on the other side of the baseball, do you want to go by ERA, because that encapsulates the entire team?
Yeah,
right?
But that's subject to errors, which are
absolutely. Or do you want to go by WAR? Right? It's a lot of different things. Whip rate as well.
Yep.
You know,
there's a lot
so
to
many
take
things.
care of. And as much as a lot of people do hate on those statistics, it's measurements that we've used through all of time. It's just a number to describe it.
Yeah, I mean, and also, my problem is I don't like people who solely go by statistics without watching the game, because there's certain things that statistics just will not pick up. And that's across all sports.
So that is a 4-pitch walk from Pinellas. And as Jalen House heads down to first, it'll bring up Johnny Wendling, who is 0 for 2.
Johnny Wendling.
And really what it should come down to is use whatever you want, right? Whatever you feel like you should use to judge whether a pitcher is good or a hitter is good or a fielder, or if, Jason Tatum is having a good performance in the finals, or if Kirk Cousins deserves an egregious contract. He doesn't. Look at whatever stat line you use to dictate if a player is good or not. Don't let anyone else tell you it's not.
I think he was a little surprised to see that one be called a ball. It is 6 consecutive balls thrown by Pinellas.
Runner goes.
Runner in motion.
Ooh.
That one misses and couldn't be gloved cleanly by the catcher. So it's going to be a stolen base for House.
Part of me wants to give him the benefit of the doubt where it's, it's humidity and rain and the ball slips out. 8 balls in a row.
Yeah, Pinellas having some serious trouble locating now after 8 consecutive balls, allowing runners on first and second for the power-hitting Noah Caceres.
Yeah, and Charlie, by the way, you were just talking about it. I don't know if it was during break or if we were on air, but we're running out of time here.
We are. And this one gets away behind home, and it's a strike. So you get a strike on the swing and miss, but at what cost?
Runners
so
advancing?
Advance the runners, yeah.
That's the cost. Do they take Cole's cash?
If they did, Big Kirko would be set.
8:48 currently here at the ballpark in Eastern Time. I know a lot of you are back home in Northwest Indiana. We thank you for joining us once again. Sunset here where we currently are is it's supposed to be 9:16. So we have less than a half hour. And this game would have been cut a lot shorter as well if the overcast stayed, because it would have gotten even darker.
Caceres puts this one out into no man's land, and no one's able to make an effort on it. It's an infield RBI single for Noah Caceres.
Caceres has had a really good game behind the plate. And you see one there kind of lucks into a hit. I'm wondering if that one...
First baseman, number 38.
I can't tell if he's just struggling to pull his batting gloves off or if that one hurt him in some way. He's definitely hurt in some way.
His hands are buzzing from hitting it off the end of the bat. That's what it is. So that one misses low. And when I say your hands are buzzing, if you've never done it, if you hit a ball off the end of a wood bat, it feels like your hands are in TV static.
Yeah.
It is a 6-1 ball game as that one misses outside. 2-0 count now for the newcomer, Dasan Lee. 2 for 3 on the day for him. It's pretty...
Welcome to the team, man.
Pretty good. Swing and a miss there. 2-1.
Also, I'm just going to go ahead and assume that our queen of the third inning, Anita Lee, is related.
Yeah, might be. You never know.
Just an absolute great family outing today.
Swing and a miss at that one. It makes the count 2-2.
If I assume wrong, I apologize, but just if your last name is Lee, just a great day for you.
That's a pretty common. Maybe Corey Lee is due for a hit tonight. As the Sox take on the Mariners this evening. That one just misses the zone. Excellent eye from Dasan Lee. 3-2. So Lee playing first base today. No one out, runners on the corners, and he cracks that one out into center field. Moving underneath it is Van Bogart, who hauls it in, but it's going to be a sacrifice fly for Lee, who picks up his count at 4th RBI of the game as this one extends to 7-1.
And the Oilmen just looking for insurance runs here. I just mentioned that sun is slowly setting over Elkhart, Indiana here. And so they're running out of time to play. Whether or not this game gets the full 9 yards is yet to be seen.
I think we'd have to seriously pick up the pace or have some divine intervention.
Okay, a miracle.
Oh, it was
Did
right
you
there.
not even realize that?
It was right there. You had to take it.
Okay.
You had to take it.
Going back, we started this game with this one. I will end on it. So I asked you earlier if you knew where the phrase "close but no cigar" came from.
Paulie the batter.
Right. Do you know where the phrase "the whole 9 yards" comes from?
I don't. Wolf, that one is close but just misses.
So on World War II era, like fighter pilots, the bullet, the belts for the bullets would be in the wings. That's where the gains come from. And the length of the bullet chain was 9 yards. So when you got a fully loaded plane, it was the whole 9 yards.
Oh. The more you know.
The more you know. See, you're great with facts that just come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I'm great with just the foundation of really weird things.
I appreciate.
Yeah, it's a great combination. It's a great combination. It's a great combination.
So I have a full count here, runner in motion, and it's not going to matter. It's a walk. Caceres is thinking about taking third, but he'll opt not to. So it's runners on first and second. Paulie on first, Caceres on second, and coming in Aiden Thaxton for the fourth time today. Just one out to this point as well. Oh, and that one is cracked out into right field. Moving back is Garcia hauling it in. And Caceres didn't think that one was going to get caught, and they double him up. It is a 9-6 double play. That's a rare one. So that's an odd way to end the inning, but it's going into the bottom of the seventh inning. Oilmen extend the lead 7-1. When we return, more Oilmen baseball here on the Oilmen.
Do you like to work with your hands, creating something from nothing? Then think about Laborers Local 41. You'll get 432 hours of apprenticeship training, all while earning a wage with benefits and incurring no student debt. You'll travel to different job sites, learn tons of skills, and in a lot of cases, be the first one on and the last one off a job site. It all starts at laborers41.com.
That's right, Candace. We're getting multiple reports of this mysterious but powerful phenomena. People are experiencing a sound, after which they drop everything, and I mean everything, and run to their nearest White Castle. Now, we are urging folks to stay calm. There's no evidence that this...
Richard, we're live. When the crave calls, Richard, we're live. Go to White Castle for the $5 bacon bundle with 2 bacon sliders and a small fry. White Castle. Follow your crave.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Only in the seventh inning, but we aren't too far from now or never as the sun does start to move down in the sky. Tommy Haggerty yet to see if he will be coming back out onto the mound. Looks like it's going to be a change for Quinn Flanagan coming to the mound. We'll see.
Quinn Flanagan on the mound for the Oilmen.
Are you able to see who's over at second base at the moment? As he fields a ground ball. Looks like it'll be 41, A.J. Taylor. So now who is in left field?
Taylor
Isaiah White.
Left to second base.
And Isaiah White moves out to left field.
Isaiah White in left field.
How long have you had these binoculars, Charlie?
How long have I had them?
Yeah.
I think they were like a gift to my dad on Father's Day, seemingly. I mean, I was young enough, probably like I was 8.
Wait, it was a gift to your dad on Father's Day?
Yeah, he didn't use them. So
okay.
I wound, because I had mentioned I was going to buy binoculars, and he was like, wait, I have these that you bought me that I've never opened.
A.J. Van Bogart leading off for the Miracles, the bottom half of the seventh inning.
Yep, so just to review, it's going to be Whitehouse and Paulie in the outfield,
Mason
left
Myers,
to right.
Excuse me.
Johnny Wendling at third, Aiden Thaxton at short, A.J. Taylor at second, and Desan Lee over at first base. Noah Caceres catching for the new pitcher, Quinn Flanagan, a two-way player from the College of DuPage, as that one is popped up and out of play, foul ball. And I'm sorry for rambling at you guys quickly there. I broke into my full auctioneer cadence.
Let me tell you something. I'm a very good friend with an actual auctioneer. You weren't even close.
Oh, I can do the auctioneer. We'll see one of these days. Maybe I'll bust it out for you.
Big shout out to my friend Lauren Matlock. It's been a long time since I've seen you, but the best auctioneer that I know. Also, the only auctioneer that I know.
makes it pretty easy to be the best.
Absolutely. Quinn Flanagan this season as a pitcher, only 1 innings pitched, 1 game played. 1 save, 1 hit. That pretty much concludes his stats, a .250 batting average against him, but not a lot of time.
And that was a called strike 3. I'll tell you, that was a tough one for Meyer. Felt like it might have been a good take, but it'll be the first out of the inning. So it'll now bring up A.J. Van Bogart to hit, the right-handed hitter.
A.J. Van Bogart.
Are you pointing at that van in center field?
Yes, I am pointing at the van in center field. That's not a glitch on your computer as that goes over to second base. Taylor throw across the body in plenty of time. Over to Lee at first base for the second out of the inning.
You know, one time I was doing a game at the Steel Yard, right? And, you know, they have the expressway right behind it and the train and South Shore as well. And a car that was painted exactly like Lightning McQueen drove past, and my broadcast partner was really hyper-focused on something in the dugout. And I'm like,
Ka-chow.
Yeah, Kerchow. He missed it, needless to say.
It is worthy of note there is a road back there that the car was driving on as Cherry Nose pops up.
No,
and
they went
out of play.
all-terrain.
Yeah, with it raining earlier, you wouldn't want to go all-terrain. Might get stuck in the mud. It is a 1-1 count now. That one slapped over to short. Thaxton throw across the body off the back foot in time for the out. Great play by Thaxton. And that's going to be all she wrote. So the Oilmen able to get it done in 7 innings. And would you look at that, a 7-1 victory as the all-time record is tied for wins in a row by the Whiting Oilmen.
Not only 8 wins in a row, but 8-0 on the season. Folks, losing is not in our dictionary. Don't clip that because I know eventually we will do it. Just leave it at that. But once again, thanks to Mike Jones for letting us know that piece of information. But just a great job from everybody all around on the Oilmen tonight.
We appreciate the fans.
And we'll see our post-game show in just a few moments.
So as we step away for the post-game show, don't forget, stay with us, and we'll give you the player of the game when we return here on the Oilman Sports Network.
Right, Candace. We're getting multiple reports of this mysterious but powerful phenomena. People are experiencing a sound, after which they drop everything, and I mean everything, and run to their nearest White Castle. Now, we are urging folks to stay calm. There's no evidence that this...
Richard, we're live. When the crave calls, Richard, we're live. Go to White Castle for the $5 bacon bundle with 2 bacon sliders and a small fry. White Castle. Follow your crave.
Grab a picture of him for Hunter.
Welcome back to Elkhart County, the home of the Miracle, and welcome to the Northwest Indiana Oilman post-game show. John Mastay, Charlie Schmidgall, and that's it. No third man on the 3-headed dog today. The Northwest Indiana post-game show brought to you by White Castle. This summer, follow your crave to the nearest White Castle to try the new Smoky Barbecue Chicken Rings. Get 12 rings for only $3.99. And with the White Castle player of the game, Charlie, take it away.
White Castle player of the game has got to go to the new face for the team, Desan Lee. Did an excellent job going out there, getting 4 RBI in his debut, including the winning runs in the first frame. So an excellent job for the newcomer from the Oilmen.
Yeah, you know, we've seen this a lot so far this season, not just from the Oilmen, but from every other team in the Northern League. We talk about it numerous times, how guys are coming off of the College World Series in their respective leagues, getting moved around, getting maybe bounced from other leagues, and then coming here. And we've seen it numerous times where new kid on the block comes in and makes a really strong impression, and Desan does that tonight.
So excellent job from the Oilmen, able to pick up that illustrious 8th win in a row, now tying the all-time record for the franchise. John, it's so big to be a part of this moment at this time.
It is quite an honor and quite a privilege in both ways. The Oilmen tomorrow take on the Griffith Generals at Griffith at 7 o'clock Central Time, the best time, Miller time. And so make sure you guys come out to that game or join us for our broadcast wherever you're joining us from now. Broadcast starts at 7, first pitch at 7:10 to see if the Oilmen can set the record for win streak in franchise history. And with that, me and Charlie got a long drive home, so we're going to wrap this one up here. Charlie, as always, a pleasure working with you. Thank you for everyone here at Elkhart County for sharing their space with us tonight for our broadcast. And wherever you are tonight, folks, Central Time, Eastern Time, or Miller Time, have a good night, folks. John Massey, Charlie Schmidgo, we'll see you tomorrow.